What's going on? Dan the Glass Man here. You can get a little bit of a strange reflection there. Let me see if I can fix that. Oh, there you go. Alright. Sweet. Okay, we're going to get things going, guys. Let me get the fan plugged in here. And yeah, I was going to try to start hooking it up over here on this other side. Alright, just going to plug the fan in real quick. Alright, got the fan going. Alright guys, good morning. Dan the Glass Man here. We're about to get started with our day. I got to clean up my table here a little bit. I was working on this this new apparatus. It's making a glass wick to hold a fiberglass wick inside of it. Kind of basically like a little tube, something like that. It just holds a wick and then it stands up. You know, so that way it could just like stand on its own and it has a wick. And you put it in a container, so that way you can then fill the container up on the bottom with alcohol or oil, and then you just light the wick. And with a fiberglass wick, it would last pretty much forever, which is really cool. So I got to go and get some water and a couple other things. But we're just getting started here. Also, I want to sign in and make sure we can read all the comments today. So those of you who are just tuning in, I'm Dan the Glass Man from the Glass Man's World. Basically, this is just my world and everything that pertains to it. So I just share with you all the things that I find are cool or just fascinating. And one of those things is my glass blowing and my work here. So we're going to be working today on a little bit of glass. I want to make sure that you guys can see the table more so and be able to see what's going on right here. So I'm going to kind of tilt it a little bit so maybe a little crooked looking. All right, and I'm going to go get water. Oh yeah, we can also refill these. So I made another drop of water 2.0 last time. This one just came out of the kiln, and basically it's a cobalt blue. It's clear, so you can see the clear glass, but then it's got blue on the back, so it looks like it's solid cobalt. And then it's got that white accent on there. So that's the drop of water 2.0. So I'll be making a lot of those and try to make them a little bit bigger. This is the original size right here, and you can see that white pops more, so I need to make sure that the white comes out more. So this one, we're probably going to put this off to the side. Maybe we'll do this as a giveaway. Maybe since we had so many viewers last night, which was quite amazing, guys. Like I was pretty blown away. All right, and then this is the earth drop right there. I believe these are going for $50 in Canada, and my friends, the Drop of Water campaign But I need to get a dustpan real quick so I can clean up this table here. There's shattered glass everywhere. I was actually cutting glass, scoring it, and breaking it. And so, yeah, I got glass everywhere right now. And I don't know where. Usually I have a little dustpan, and I can't seem to find my little mini dustpan. So bear with me. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water. I'll grab a little smoke so we can do a little smoking. And also want to make sure that we can tune in here. So I'll be right back. I'll be right back. All right, you guys. I'm back. It's time. Oh, I forgot the dust can. Dang it. Okay, I gotta go get that. I do have to clean this up. I'll be right back. Okay. Now we can get to business here. All right. Let me get this little area cleaned up real quick. So good morning, welcome to the Glassman's World. I am Dan the Glassman, and like I promised, I was going to go live for you all around noonish. I figured I'd just come in a little bit early and get things started. I knew I'd have to clean up and stuff. I didn't realize I wasn't going to have breakfast done and ready in time, so I apologize for that, but I wanted to... Huh. What's this spell? Okay. Something fell. Did this thing just fall from there? Huh. Alright, well, that happens. All right, you guys. So, welcome. I'm streaming live from Albuquerque, New Mexico, USA. I'm Dan the Glassman. So, I went live last night for the Super Bowl, which I know is a no-no. I know I'm not supposed to do that, and that's why it's now set to private. So you can't even watch it now. You can't even see the stream. It can't be rebroadcast now. So I know we kind of got away with it. And you know, I did it for fun because I was thinking, you know, being that it's the Super Bowl with all this crazy stuff going on lately, you know, we got the U.S. shooting down all these UFOs or all these balloons and things happening recently. And there's so much going on around the world. You know, the whole collapse with Damar Hamlin. I didn't know if maybe there'd be another player going down or something. So I kind of wanted to just capture it for all that, for just in case. And also just to watch it. I also like to, I enjoy the commercials. I enjoy the halftime show to see what's going on. You know, knowing what they're showing you for halftime gives you a glimpse into what they want to like kind of sell you on, or who they want you to look at for the year, you know, things like that. So, you know, but it was a cool game. A lot of people were talking about how at the end there was a call play that was some kind of holding call, and it didn't look like there was holding. Actually, when I watched it, I was like, that doesn't look like holding. That, you know, to me, and I don't really watch football. I'm not a football fanatic. I'm more into blowing the glass and hanging out and doing you know, skateboarding, snowboarding. I like to watch all those extreme sports and things like that. So yeah. With that being said, we're gonna get started today with a little bit of water, because why? Water is life, and every drop counts. Oh yeah, and I got my shirt on today too. Water is life. So this one here is it's a hidden leaf motif. So if I went in close, if you zoomed in real close, you'd be able to see all the little leaves hidden inside the lettering right there. It's the little hidden leaf motif that I came up with. And water is life, because all plants need water, right? Including our beloved sacred plant there as well. Water is life. Minnie McConey. Okay, so I'm gonna turn on the kiln because I have no idea what we're going to be working on today. So usually I just make a bunch of water drops. I'm known for the drop of water. Water is life. The drop of water is a very simple teardrop shaped glass pendant, which it's to honor all the water, and basically to you know, to dedicate our lives to water, to remind us how important water is. Without water, you know, water is life. Without water, you know, there would be no life. No one would be living. And so, you know, all life forms, everything needs water. And so it's a good symbol, reminder of hope, clean drinking water for all generations to come. Then I got my beautiful microphone necklace on today. Just kidding. And this one here, this is the glow in the dark. I showed you guys last night. That was the glow in the dark leaf. And I don't have the black light with me. I probably should have brought it in. So how you guys doing today? I'm about to be able to read all the comments here and see how many viewers we have last night. So normally when I go live, I don't have more than like 3 people, 5 people watching me. Once I reached like 8 people, 10 people watching, I was like, wow, like, thank you guys. Like, this is the most amount of viewers I've ever had. 8 people, 10 people, 13, 15. Oh, wow, 20 people. Oh my gosh. We'll reach 30, 50, 100. It's like, whoa, can I reach the sacred number 108? Bam, it surpassed it. 125, 150, 200, 300, 400, 6. Like, whoa. Then it told me that once I reached like 6, I think it was like 668 was the highest number I saw. And because I only have, I don't know how many, let me see how many subscribers I got right now. Because last night I gained about 200 some subscribers. So I'm up to 628 subscribers. Thank you guys so much for all you new subscribers out there. Welcome to the Glassman's world. I'll try to be as entertaining and just bring you some cool stuff like this. We'll get started here in a moment. So, 30 minutes away from the actual time I told everyone to get in here. But I figured your content was removed due to a violation of our community guidelines. Because it's the first time, this is just a warning. If it happens again, your channel will get a strike. Wow, so for the first time ever, guys, I'm getting this right now live. So your content was removed, so probably last night's Super Bowl content for violation of copyright infringement, I'm sure, right? Because it's my first time. So like I said, I'm not monetized. I don't really do YouTube for a living. This is just to share things that I find is fun and appealing. The Glassman's world, whatever's in my world. So, sometimes I might go live and share with you the silk screen that we have right here. We can actually print shirts. Sometimes we can go into the ganja, the grow tent, and show you different tips and tricks on that. We can talk about Norwex and all the good, awesome things that you can do at Norwex. The Norwex OptiCloth for cleaning your glasses and making sure that your lenses are nice and clean and clear. And so many different things that I'll be sharing with you here at the Glassman's World. So thank you for coming in and watching. We're going to get started with something real quick and simple here, which is we're just going to get a piece of rod prepared so we can make something. So we'll get this here. This is a 5-foot rod of Scott glass. So as you can see, Scott, SCHOTT, is from Germany, German glass. So it's not Chinese glass, which is good because, if we go to war with China now, there's going to be a lot of products. We were just talking about that. The Norwex that my wife sells, if we go to war with China, how much product is going to be on hand? How much is she going to be able to get, So it's going to be real interesting coming here real soon. A lot of stuff is going to be changing. Alright, I'm wondering if I should just probably cut this into thirds here. Alright, so this is called flame cutting. So basically I'm just going to get this into the flame. I've been blowing glass since 1995 for 27 years now, guys. So I'm used to being able to just go live and, I can talk and really communicate while working here. And, I've done a lot of live glass blowing demonstrations out in the public. A lot of different fairs, a lot of craft shows, a lot of different events. When the city puts on events like, we have our Christmas parade every year, the Twinkle Light Parade. I've been out there many times. We have our Knob Hill Summer Fest and lots of different events. And so I've been around, like I said, blowing glass since 95. I started bringing it out into the public about 97. By 99, 2000, I was really doing live demonstrations and really bringing it out to the public for attention and sharing my craft with everyone. And ever since then, I've been blowing glass and just having fun with it. There was a time, I believe in 2008, where I was featured in the newspaper. The local New Mexico Journal or the Albuquerque Journal. They came in and they did Oh, you know what? That's pretty interesting. They did a feature on me on blowing glass in the local community. We had a shop called Cosmic Trading Post, which is actually where my wife and I met long, long time ago. But we didn't get together until 4 years ago. But back in like 2008, that's when we actually first met. Got to know of each other, but we didn't actually connect and communicate back then, which is really interesting. But we were all amongst in the same circle and all connected through the Cosmic Trading Post. So the local newspaper came in, and they were doing a feature on me and talking about the local shop we had there, which was an artist and a healers cooperative. So we had a lot of artists come in, and they would bring their stuff, and we would basically rent out space to them. And then we had healer rooms. So we had a couple rooms on the side. Basically, our business was like an old house converted into a business. So it was like a 2-bedroom home with a living room, fireplace. It had a dining area. The kitchen didn't have a stove, and it didn't have a refrigerator. And it was a really tiny kitchenette kind of thing. And we had a sink, and we utilized it. We had electrical things so we could cook in there and stuff. We had like an electric griddle and a couple other things, you know. And when the journal came in, they did a featurette on me. I was featured in the front cover of the Metropolitan section, which was, you know, that was pretty framed or something. Have that. But when I was working, for some reason, when they came in, I was working on a UFO. It's just interesting that right now in our time and day, the UFOs are coming to light, and people are seeing it. The U.S. military, the government's actually. All right, let me see if I can get rid of this here. What am I supposed to do? Your content was removed. Okay, great. Wonderful. How am I supposed to get rid of that now? Okay, remind me later. Great. Okay, so do we have anyone watching? We got one viewer watching, so thank you so much for tuning in and watching. Got 3 likes already. I'm just going to refresh this page, and we're going to get started here on the drop of water. So these are the drop of water, which is a very simple water drop. It's a teardrop in the glass, which is one of the simplest things that I can ever make here. And which was during the time of Standing Rock, and when all of our indigenous brothers and sisters were up there in North Dakota in the United States, and they were all defending our water. And they were defending the sacred land, the burial land there. And a lot of individuals from all over the world decided to stand in solidarity and unify. So they all united and stood with Standing Rock. From 2016 until 2017, when they eventually they shut everyone down and basically evicted everyone from that area, and from, you know, they evicted people from their own land, which is really interesting. You know, they're supposed to be a native, sovereign, indigenous people in their own sovereign people, and they should accordingly, and yet the United States was the Dakota Access Pipeline was pushed over from where it used to be, which it ran alongside the river, and they decided, oh, we're just going to put it right through the river, and we're also going to make sure to go right through your sacred burial land. which, you know, like that's cutting through a cemetery. You know, like, why would anyone be okay with that? You know, that everyone should have been standing up in an uproar against that. But for some reason, the oil was more important and Dakota Access Pipeline was more important. And so in that time, I started making the drop of water to what it was first created for was to help raise funds for a silent auction that I was invited as an artist to participate in. And so I basically just gifted a bunch of these necklaces so that way they could sell them over and over, or to auction them off over and over and raise funds. And then it was something that basically just was created at that point and was then replicated. It was something that I had a message that came to me. Creator basically told me, make something that I can replicate time and time again. You know, just something simple that I can make over and over, but yet something that has a very strong, a very powerful meaning to represent water. And that's how the drop of water was born. So they take me about 2 to 3 minutes each. And I do my best to make them identical to each other, but yet they're all one of a kind. They're all unique, individually made. But I do my best to try to make them all the same size. So you'll see here when I place them down, you know, they'll all be about that same size there. So the drop of water, you know, after we were making those for that silent auction, then I continued making them until my friends Daniel and Effie from Acoma Pueblo, they asked to wear the drop of water during the buffalo dance at the Gathering of Nations powwow here in Albuquerque, New Mexico in 2017, April of 2017. And so that's how the drop of water grew and was a part of a sacred ceremony there during a unification of all 19 pueblos coming together for the first time in 400 years to dance the buffalo. Sorry about that. I just lost the live stream there, so hopefully I could come back in and we can keep this going. Hopefully I didn't lose any viewers there. But like I was talking about, the drop of water was asked to be a part of the buffalo dance in 2017, and my friends from Acoma Pueblo, they were invited to be part of the Pueblo Enchantment Dancers and to dance the buffalo dance with all other 19 pueblos here in New Mexico for the first time in 400 years. So this was a very sacred ceremony. For the first time in 400 years. So this was a very sacred ceremony, and the drop of water had to have special permission to be worn, and the drop of water had to have special permission to be worn as part of their regalia, and to be, I always say regalia, but it's regalia, and to be a part of that prayer and that dance and that ceremony. And then from that point on, many individuals who were there were then gifted. You know, only the Pueblo Enchantment Dancers, only 19 individuals were wearing the drop of water, but there were like, you know, 200 to 300 other individuals on that floor. And at that point, I decided I wanted to gift them all, and to honor them all for being part of the buffalo dance. And then I started meeting individuals who had come down to be part of the buffalo dance, but also who were there from Standing Rock. And then we started to gift individuals and honor individual water protectors who were actually there at Standing Rock, who were on the front lines. And so it went from, from honoring those who were part of the Buffalo Dance to then honoring the water protectors who were at Standing Rock. And then many individuals thought that it should have only been those who were on the front line. And it got a little messy there for a minute, because individuals were trying to then appropriate what the drop of water should be or should represent in their minds or whatever, when what it was just to represent water, a symbol of water. And its beginnings, its roots came from raising funds to honor those at Standing Rock, and then to honor the Buffalo Dance, and to honor those who were part of the enchantment, the Pueblo enchantment dancers, and all the rest of the 19 pueblos from New Mexico. So the actual first meetings were to honor those first 19 pueblos from New Mexico and the dancers and singers who were part of the Buffalo Dance. And then Standing Rock was secondary, but many individuals got it mixed up, thinking that Standing Rock was the main reason why the drop of water came to be, and how it really started being gifted out there. Before it was a symbol of hope to raise funds to help out those at Standing Rock. So I guess in a way it was formed out of Standing Rock. But also with the whole knowing of Flint, Michigan happening beforehand, the Nemus River getting desecrated before Flint, Michigan, and me, myself, just being a water protector in my own way, in my own rights, and having been following the clouds, following the moon, following the weather patterns, looking up to the sky every day, watching whether it's clear skies like it is today, and where we have a few little clouds that are kind of floating around, but you can tell that they might have been a little bit more powerful and stronger had they not sprayed with all their aerosol canvassing a few days ago, and basically cloud busting, breaking up the clouds and moving the moisture and the precipitation away from us here and allowing it to fall very heavily on the East Coast, especially right now when it's really cold. I heard there might be another winter storm. They might get pummeled once again. I think down there in North Carolina, South Carolina. So if you're just now watching, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate it. I appreciate you guys coming back in. We are almost at that noon o'clock time. That's right, I said noon o'clock. So it's almost noon here in Albuquerque, New Mexico. We're Mountain Standard Time. Same time as Denver. The other Mile High city. So I'm just working on some of these water drops, the drop of water here. I actually have an order for 100 of these to be going up to Canada very soon for the Drop of Water campaign that my friend Michael Coles is running his head of there. And we have a lot of big plans in the works. I really don't want to mention them yet until we can get them all put through the ceremony and all solidified and blessed properly in the right ways, and then we can bring that news to you very soon on our expansion with the Drop of Water, our global expansion, and all of our many endeavors that'll be coming very soon here to help with the whole movement, the whole environmentalist movement, the whole global warming movement. You know, everyone right now is all for trying to reduce their carbon footprint, learning how to reduce their own carbon footprint. You know, there's been a lot of people who are very earth conscious before, but now we're in a time where it's actually getting like promoted and marketed to us, you know, and to the mainstream. And a lot of eco-friendly products, you know, like the Norwex. You know, we use Norwex because why? It helps us to eliminate, not just reduce, it helps us to eliminate all the chemicals from our home. So that way we can clean and remove 99.9% bacteria using only water. And why do we do that? Because we're water protectors and because water is life and every drop counts. So if we are trying to help protect our own water and our own water supply going through our home, through our channels here, if everyone did this, we wouldn't have too much to worry about with how much we'd have to filter in the back end of it all, you know. But because we're not conscious enough yet. And so the World Economic Forum, the WEF, the global elite, the powers that be, the Illuminati, those who are in charge of our lives and control us through monetary values and societal, through a social rating system. You know, a lot of us are getting censored these days and we're not really being able to speak our truths completely. We got to be very careful with what we say. You know, I have to be very careful with certain words and key phrases. Make sure I don't say certain things. You know, last night I pushed the limit there and we ran a whole entire copyright. But apparently that video was removed, but before it was removed, I acquired 6,058 viewers, guys. So thank you so much for coming in last night and watching. I put my own butt on the line last night by doing that, but I didn't know if we were going to see anything ridiculous, you know. We did see Damar Hamlin in the field at one point. I saw them. Why would they only show him once? Was that all that they could, like, I still don't know if it's a deep fake, if he's still alive. Do they have a body double for Damar Hamlin? I don't really know. But they showed him in the stadium last night. Why would they only show him once? And why would they not have any sort of camera interview the beginning of the game? Maybe I didn't see it. Maybe there was one at the beginning of the game because I got in and it was already second quarter. And I was like, whoa, we're almost at halftime already? So then I captured all halftime, which is a no-no, big no-no, copyright infringement there. Put my butt on the line there, and then we went all the way through to the end of the game. And then I was able to perform for about 200 of you guys, which was really awesome. So if you got to hear the music last night and you liked what you heard, I appreciate it. I will do more live streams on my music. You know, with all the shutdowns in the last 2 or 3 years, I pretty much quit performing out. You know, the bars, the clubs, they don't pay enough anyways for me to be away from my family or be away off the torch. You know, it takes a lot of work to have to tear down your equipment that you have at home, load it up. You know, you got to take it out of your house from where it is, sitting nice and comfortably, load it into a vehicle, take it to a venue. You got to make sure you make it there safely so you don't wreck all your equipment, don't wreck your vehicle, don't wreck yourself. Then you get there, then you have to unload it onto the stage, set it all back up, plug it in, make sure all the levels are back right, because you know sometimes knobs get moved when you're moving things. So then you got to readjust all the levels and everything, make sure it's all right. Then you got to run through a sound check, you know. And sound check, like, I don't know, you getting paid for sound checks? Probably not. Then you run a sound check, and you get a couple free drinks. I don't drink anymore, so now my free drinks, I just give them to my other musicians. And then you finally go on stage, and you perform for 45 minutes to an hour. Share the stage with a few other bands, like 3 or 4 bands. And then you got to share all the money that came through the door, and you got to share that, and you got to share the bar split, and you got to split it up, you know, 4 ways. And then you got like 4 people in your band. Maybe you got a band that's got 8 people, and you know they normally. So if you got 8 people and you only get $200, what is that? That ain't much. 25 a person. But if you got 4 people and you're getting paid $200, well, you get $50 a person right there, right? That ain't bad for an hour performing, but you got to also take into consideration the breakdown time from the home, the breakdown time off stage, setting it up on stage, and taking it back home in the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. You got to walk it out of the car because you don't want to leave it in your car. Someone's going to break into the vehicle. Then you're going to have to deal with a broken window and your gear being stolen. So then you got to haul it all in. You probably won't set it up right away. Just leave it in your living room. So you just got a mess in your living room. You crash out. And then in the morning, then you still got to work to set it all back up. And then you're done with your gig. People don't realize that, you know. So I really appreciate it last night that I had 200 people watching. If I went to perform at a show, I'd probably get about 50 to 100 people watching at the show. So thank you guys so much for watching and viewing the show last night after I guess you call it post-game. Super Bowl post-game show with the Glassman. So I really do appreciate you guys coming in and watching. Thank you so much. And I appreciate all the likes. I had like over 100 likes. That's ridiculous. I've never had that many likes on a live stream. I've never had more than 10 people on a live stream. I think the most I've ever had was like 8 people. Like 5 to 8 people. 3 to 5 is my usual for right now. So now I've got like almost 650 subscribers. I'm working towards that 1K, and then hopefully I'll be able to have more viewers on my live streams. You know, last night they said I topped off. So this is the first time I've ever seen these kind of announcements from YouTube. Last night while we were live, it said that my viewers, I topped off or something. I had too many viewers, and I needed more subscribers to be able to have that many viewers. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. So I need at least 1,000 subscribers probably. So what they did was when I had like 600 and I think it was 668 was the highest number I saw last night. And I had 668 viewers, and then all of a sudden it dropped. It went boom, 550, and then boom, 500. And it dropped it down to 500, and then it kept growing. It was like, whoa, more people came in, more people came in. And it was so ridiculous because at the end of the day, I was like, okay, we had about 500 or 600 people watching live. That's amazing. I never had that many viewers in my life on a live stream. Even on Facebook, when I was real popular many years ago, I still only had like, you know, 200, 300, maybe 400 viewers. At like 200 probably was like max, you know. 400 was like a rare thing or something, you know, that would happen once, like a fluke. And then last night, bam, it shows I had like 600 viewers, and it kept dropping down to 550. And then at the end of the game and the end of the stream, I uploaded it. It was processing, and it showed me that it had like 4,000, like, I don't know, 4,134. And I was like, what? I had 4,000 viewers actually, like in all actuality. And the video was still processing. And so this morning I went back to the video and it was all done processing. And then I saw it had 6,058 viewers. I was like, holy. I gained 2,000 more viewers in the time it was processing, I guess. Like, I don't know. I don't know how that works. So somehow I got a lot of viewers last night. And YouTube got alerted. They saw that I had that on there, so they removed the video. But I still had that many viewers. I don't know if that's gonna get removed too. You know, all that viewership probably gets removed out of my analytics. But it's there, and I have camera proof. I took photos of it to prove that it did happen. It was legit. And so now I'm just going to work on the 1K subscribers, and we'll try to just go live all the time and bring you some real cool stuff. So one thing cool, I have this video. I was talking about this last night because they were like, oh, you're from Albuquerque. That's the same as Breaking Bad. And I was like, yeah, like actually, I have friends who worked on Breaking Bad. I wanted to work on Breaking Bad, but I never got that call. And then by the time they were done filming, it was over. But I did get the call for Better Call Saul. So I did get to work on set with a lot of those actors, and with the cousins, with the twins, right? And we got to work on the season 6 on that scene where they're kicking in doors at that hotel room. And the guys are looking for, oh man, I don't even remember his name now. I want to call him Chaco, but it's not that. And it's not Chuco. Nacho. Is it? No, it's not Nacho. Is it Nacho? I don't know. The guy in the truck. But I don't want to give it all away because some of y'all probably haven't seen it yet. But it was cool. We got to work on that scene for like, I think it was like 4 or 5 days. And that was a lot of fun. And then, but you can't see me in it because I was inside one of those rooms where they were kicking the doors in. And basically, like, they weren't viewing us or anything. I think there's one scene where a person looks out the window. You can see a guy and a woman. And it was just one shot. So maybe they would have got me. But when I was doing that, I was filming. I have footage. I haven't uploaded it, so I'd probably get in trouble. But I have footage of like behind the scenes of the perspective of me inside this room. It's an empty room, you know, dirty hotel room, vacant hotel. Nothing's in there, no furniture. You know, some of the toilets were left over, the bathtubs were there. But like even some of the sinks were like removed, you know? It was completely vacant, dirty, grimy. You know, you could probably find like needles in there if you really started looking around. We just, you know, the quick filming and then be out and go back to the holding area. But, yeah, it was cool because I would just film it from my perspective, being inside, waiting for them to come up the steps, and then kicking down doors, and then you see him, boom, kick our door in. And we were simply just supposed to stand there, close the door, and then I peek out the window, and just to look. So they might have been filming real close up to see, and they might have seen me with my camera in my hand, or with my phone, and like, why is this guy holding his phone? But no one ever came up to me, so I don't think they ever had an issue with that. They were just getting the twins going up the stairs and then kicking doors in. And then I think they reset, and then they got a close-up of the the man and the woman screaming when they kicked their door in. And then he peeks out the window, I think, and she peeks out the door. But yeah, it's amazing that it takes 4 days to film like a 2-minute, 5-minute scene. So one of the last films that I got to work on was with Tom Hanks. And that was the movie, what's it called, Frank? No, not Frank. Oh man, now I with the one with the robot. That's funny. Frank is a different movie that I was in. It was supposed to be called Goodyear, and then they ended up calling it oh man, I don't know. The robot's name was Jeff, and Finch. There it is, Finch. I don't know if you guys seen that movie Finch yet with Tom Hanks. But we worked on that film down in Socorro, New Mexico for like 5 days straight. And basically we just spent the night down there in Socorro. Me and my buddy, Comet Joe, we hung out on the side of the river there and just hung out like by the natural wilderness. You know, we woke up and you know, he's in the passenger and we just like had the seats cranked. We did that for like 4 nights straight. Filmed for 5 days, slept there for 4 nights. But what was cool was we were saving money because every night, because we were supposed to be going back and forth to Albuquerque, and they would give us a $50 gas voucher. And we were like, you know what? Like, screw it. Just hold on to that. Let's just save our gas money and we'll just chill. So we had an extra, like, you know, $250 for that gas voucher. And that was really nice. But, you know, we had to rough it in order to do that. Excuse me, I've been a little congested lately, so I may have to blow my nose here. We got a couple more of these. So this is the drop of water here, which is basically just a simple water drop shaped, teardrop shaped piece of glass. And it's to represent water, the hope for clean drinking water for all, for many generations to come. So I'm going to make 2 more of these, and then we're going to work on something completely different. Sorry about that. I don't have enough cobalt on hand. I might have used up most of the white that I had left over. So yeah. But this one here, actually, I was saying I was gonna maybe give this one away or whatever, but I don't know if I'm going to. I forgot. This one is the original, the first one that has glow in the dark. That's a one of a kind right there. I don't know if we're gonna actually be giving that one away now. I did say so. I haven't said how we were going to, you know. Maybe if we bring the likes up on here, get like 50 likes, maybe we do a certain keyword. So if you stick with me till the end of this, I'll give you a keyword and tell you, hey, just comment below if you really want to win that. Because I can always make another one, you know. I know it's the first one in the original, but I can always replicate it and just let that first one go. And then have another one for myself. Not a big deal. That's the cool thing about blowing glass, you know, like if we ever break a piece or something like that, it's like, oh no, it's like, hey, it's okay, I know glass blower. It's alright, it's okay. Calm down. although I know there's some pieces that people get that sentimental attachment. They're like, man, that was my first piece I ever bought when I was like 10 years old. Just kidding. When they're 10. Nah, they're probably 15. I don't know. I'm sure there's some of y'all out there who were already partaking when y'all were 10 years old. Because I know my younger brother was, and my stepbrother was, and my stepsister, and I waited till I was like 17 years old, almost 18. I don't know, I guess I was a late bloomer. And then it took me only a couple years. In 1994, that's when I learned about the cannabis conspiracy, or when I developed this notion of the cannabis conspiracy, which is basically just, people, the elites, the people that we were just talking about recently, and how the elites, they control the world. They basically created Wall Street and created the Industrial Revolution at the turn of the century in the 1900s. And they eradicated this plant. They demonized it. They created reefer madness to destroy this God-given plant that we've been using for thousands of years, maybe even hundreds of thousands of years, since the beginning of time. And then all of a sudden, in 1900s, they decide, no, this is not good. This is a vile thing, and we need to make it illicit and make it illegal for anyone to use. And so then they started the whole cannabis prohibition, and then they eradicated it because they didn't need the competition. They had all these other products and everything that they were going to create, but everything that they were creating during the Industrial Revolution all could have been made or replaced with cannabis sativa, cannabis indica, cannabis ruderalis, anything like that. And so this whole cannabis conspiracy, I basically formulated that back in around, I guess that would have been around 1994. Wow. I was supposed to, so I started my freshman year in the 90s, 90, 91, then 90, 91, 92 was sophomore year. So I think like by 92, 93 was the first time I smoked. And by 94, I had learned and formulated the cannabis conspiracy and understood how they eradicated this plant, demonized it, created reefer madness. And at the time, I was just barely, I had just watched that Kevin Costner movie, JFK, and that like opened up my eyes to all the first conspiral theories that people have made since way back then. There's only one person, or there might have been someone on the grassy knoll, and so ever since then, at that point, that's when my mind was opened up to that thinking, like, oh, maybe something else did happen and did occur. And so when I learned about cannabis conspiracy and formulating this, it dawned on me how it was pretty much the same thing as what was going on with JFK, and how they had hid this information to basically hide it, and they all conspired together to make, to create the stock market, Wall Street, and that's when the billionaires were made. That's when the billionaires were created. In our times right now, the powers that be, the Rockefellers, the Hearst Argyles, everyone who's all a part of it, Goldman Sachs, all of them, the Bush family, all the presidential candidates, they all had their hand in it. And eventually they, it was all gold standard for a while, and then they turned it into the oil standard. and now the oil standard's depleting. They're going to go back to the gold standard, and they're going to make money once again and make even more billionaires. So history does repeat itself, and if you guys want to get in on that, you know, I would highly recommend researching how to invest. I personally don't really know myself. I'm trying to learn on how to invest in different stocks, how to invest in the cryptocurrency. They're going to have a digital dollar very soon for the U.S. The USDT, the United States Department of Treasury, is going to take over for the job of the U.S. Mint. So the USDT is already a cryptocurrency known as the Tether, and I think that that will become the next U.S. dollar, but we'll see if that one actually stands to be or what. But I've heard a lot of individuals will use that USDT or the Tether in a way of just holding their money because they know that it stands flat. Like you might lose a portion of a cent here and there, but really you ain't losing anything. So whenever you don't know what's going to happen with your cryptocurrency, you just place it in the USDT and let it ride flat for a minute until you see your stocks, whichever cryptos are dropping, and you know that they're going to go back up again. Then you just, you know, unless for some reason they're just out the door. You know, there's some cryptos that are no longer exist. They're completely gone, obsolete. So you got to be real careful about that kind of stuff too. And I am not, like I said, I'm just learning all this stuff, so don't take my advice for it. It'd be silly for you to take a novice's advice for something that's so pro. But I would highly recommend learning on how all these billionaires back in the 1900s, how they created their positions into wealth back then, and how they all, you know, right now, we all know that there's a global pandemic still going on, and there's still, you know, this huge push for the personal protection devices, all the PPE, medical devices, all the masks, all the different oxygen, all the tubes, all the all those different things, the respirators, everything that they're now implementing. They're now starting a lot of the AI technology, the tracking and tracing technology. Walmart's going to be going out of business as far as brick and mortar, but they are about to rock Amazon as far as competition is concerned and go online to be the next competitor to Amazon. And right now, Walmart surpasses Amazon, I believe, in sales through their brick and mortar. So if they can bring everyone from their brick and mortar to their online platform, they're going to dominate. And if you want to make money, that's a good way, is through Walmart. All right, you guys. So let me see. What do I want to make? Do I have? I do. Beautiful. Okay, so this here is amber color, and I wanted to start making more of these again to represent our bees, the bees and seeds. So, you know, we have a lot of bees, and the bees, they need water too, right? So I have a bee drop. So we got a little bee on there, right? And he's missing a wing. I have to repair him one day, or just replicate him, make him again. But we have the bee drop, and my friend sells some really awesome organic local honey that's collected from the, well, they don't make it. They take it basically from the, okay. They take it from the, they take it from the bees' hives and things like that. I guess I have a visitor. So, huh? What, the dustpan? Okay. Alright, so I have a visitor here. I'm going to have to let y'all go real soon. We've already been on for an hour or so. It's only been noon, so we're right at that noonish time. I don't know if he wants to come in and watch. But I'm going to make this here real quick. He might be able to just watch me on the screen in the front. But my friend she sells honey, local honey that's been collected from the bees here. So the bees make the honey, and without the bees, you know, those are natural pollinators and they help with the food sources. And without the bees, you know, they're almost as important as the water itself. You know, without bees, we probably wouldn't survive. And so it's really interesting right now that they're trying to push for this inoculations for the bees now, and they're jabbing they're jabbing bees, guys. So they're like, oh, it didn't work on the humans, maybe it'll work on the bees. People are silly, right? So right now I'm just going to take this rod here, we're going to make it a little bit bigger. We're just going to simply turn this into a honey drop. So this is just amber color, but it'll become basically like a honey drop. And so I wanted to make these for my friend who sells the honey, and that way when she's out there with her jars of honey, she can also sell some of the honey drops too on the side, you know, for, I don't know, $20 a piece or something, or $10. I don't know, we'll see, because if I can actually get this amber at a little bit bigger of a diameter, that would be a lot quicker than having to just, you know, I'm gathering all of this glass right now, and it's taking some time just to gather enough for the tip here. And I know it's only a few moments, but you know, when you're working in production, you really want to cut as many corners as you possibly can to speed up the time, because when you're making production and you're working with a lot of stuff like that, time is money, and your energy also is equal to time and to money as well. So, you know, you want to use less time, but be able to make more to produce more money when you're working in a, once you start mass producing and you're like working manufacturer, you know. This isn't going to be a one-off. Sometimes I'll sit there and I'll work, you know, for 2 hours on one piece, because it's just going to be a one-off, you know. Like for my friend the other day, I made the most beautiful pendant, Danae pendant, and oh my gosh, it's just so beautiful, and I cannot wait to give to my brother to buy. He was just over at the Grammys last week, and so I don't know when I'll see him again. I was hoping to get it to him before he was at the Grammy, so he could take a photo of himself wearing it, or if he was ever on camera, you know, that way it could maybe be noticed and be featured or something like that. But you know, we'll get it to him because he has a bright future ahead of him, and you know, maybe one day he'll actually be performing on stage while wearing that pendant. All right, so I'm gonna make this honey drop here. And I knew my brother was going to be coming back today, because he left some stuff here. He left his paperwork. I'm like, oh, he'll be back tomorrow. I'm sure that paperwork's important. So Daniel, I'll be out there in just a moment, brother. And this is also the same Daniel I was just talking about with the drop of water. And my brother from Acoma. And so it is because of him that the drop of water has now gone around the world and is in, you know, I actually cannot say, but it's in almost, I might be able to say it's on all 7 continents on this planet at this time. It's reached Africa, South America, North America. I believe it's reached Russia, Canada, China, Australia, New Zealand, Hawaii, Mexico, Puerto Rico, Cuba. The drop of water is on all 7 continents to represent the 7th generation and all the water protectors from all walks of life, from all the many tribes from Creator. We're all here to work together, not to segregate, not to separate, but to unify and to create, become co-creators with Creator, with the Great Spirit Himself. All right. So someone's calling me right now. I'm gonna have to let y'all go because we got visitors here. I was really hoping to go live for a minute. I don't know. Oh, Michael Coles is watching. What's going on, brother? So we were talking about you as well, and the Drop of Water campaign, and making these the Drop of Water here, the 100 Drop of Water here for you. And also, very soon, be working on many more of these, the Earth Drop. So we've been making many more of those. I just need to get supply, and I can't get supply yet. So once you work your magic on your end, then I can work my magic on my end here, and we can get those going. But the 100 clear will be ready very soon. So thank you so much for tuning in and watching, brother. I have a guest in the living room. Maybe we'll make one more quick item real fast. But there is the honey drop right there. Why? Because honey is very important. It's a superfood, and it's antibacterial, antimicrobial. It helps also with if you put a little honey and a little cinnamon together. Not only is it good medicine for yourself, but it helps with regenerating roots on plants. So if you're into, and you'll be visiting soon, brother. Yes, or all the magic will happen on your end soon. Yes, water is life. Okay, let me see if I can make one more quick item real fast. Well, what? All right, just for fun, and also because I'm pretty much out. I need to replace my whole entire stock before the beginning of next month, because we'll be out there again for the first Sunday markets in Nob Hill. The Nob Hill Shop and Stroll every first Sunday of the month here in Albuquerque. That's right along Route 66, known as Central Boulevard here in Albuquerque, but right along the historic Route 66 highway. And so yeah, I sold out on all of my mushroom pendants. So I'm going to make a real quick and simple mushroom for you here. And be sure to hit that like button and make sure you subscribe. I don't know, maybe my friend will want to come in, but there's no sitting room. That's the only problem. But I really wanted to stay live for a minute for you guys. I wasn't expecting company at this time. I thought I was going to go live right at noon and be here for a good hour or two. So I really don't want to cut this too short. Alright, so basically I get that molten. I stab that stringer of glass in there, which I do believe this is glow in the dark. So then you stab that in there. It goes through the molten part, hits the part that's not molten right there. has nowhere else to go, so it backs up onto itself. Now there's an air bubble inside of there, and I have to basically walk that air bubble completely out. So right now I'm just hitting the top of the mushroom cap in there with the flame. I'm going directly right on top. Okay, so you guys are watching, all right. So right now I'm making this mushroom pendant here. And you might be able to see through the flame a lot better because I have my lens right on top of the camera lens there. So you should be getting a filtered shot of it. It shouldn't be so bright as usual. And there's a mushroom right there, all glowing. See, the whole thing is now cooling down. You can finally see that mushroom inside of there. No air bubble. Got the whole entire bottom all rounded out nicely. And now we just attach it to the puntee. I wish I had space in here so I could have guests come in. But you guys don't really even understand. I barely have any room for me to sit in here with this chair. I got this camera angle in so tight, you can't really tell what's going on behind me here. But there's basically enough room for one individual to walk through, to walk in, to get to the chair. Alright, so now I'm going to pull the loop here. And as I'm doing this, I'm watching what the mushroom looks like and figuring out, okay, I want to have that side for my front because that's where it's more magnified. And it's going to make it pop really big. So that'll be the front there compared to that. See how that's a little bit bigger, smaller, bigger. And you also get to see underneath the mushroom too, where all like the gills are, or the, I forget what you call those, gills? Is that what it is? Where all the mushroom spores are hidden in the gills. And then I just clean up the loop here, just, you know, adding a little bit of flame, rounding it up, also make sure I pull it. And that's pretty much like the drop of water, but with the mushroom placed in there. So this was the first thing that I ever learned to make, was a mushroom pendant. So that's why I was saying the drop of water is the most easiest thing that I could ever make, because it's pretty much what these are, minus the mushroom placed in there and all that extra work and that time on having to stab it in, melt down the air bubble, then get the bottom rounded out, you know. And what's funny is that these have always been my $5 pendants, which I'm pretty much going to have to start bringing these up to $10 no matter what. Just do them $10, Maybe I'll do some little tiny ones like on the side that are just so quick and so cheesy that those will be my simple $5 ones. And I'll bring these ones up, nicer ones, to a $10 price because it's just interesting. I'm selling a clear water drop for $10, and then I have mushrooms for $5. So it don't make too much sense in that way. All right, well, I'm gonna do one more piece here for y'all. Being that it's almost Valentine's, we're just gonna play around a little bit here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to gather this glass here. We're going to smash it down on the pad here on the table. Turn it into like a flat back style pen. Then we're going to draw on it. I'm basically just going to draw a heart shape. I'm going to use some red and some white to create the heart. But the white's actually going to be glow in the dark. So I want to see if it's going to glow through the red. Might be really cool. And maybe what we'll do is we'll take like a little 10-minute, 20-minute break. I'll go do a little smoke session real quick. Go hang out with my guests, and I'll come back. But I'll leave this running and leave it streaming so everyone else can just like take off for a moment and then come back. And we'll just keep the same stream going. We'll see, because I noticed last night, once I got to that 2-hour mark and 3-hour mark, that's when the viewers really started just popping in left and right. Oh yeah, I'm not making the drop of water. I get so into this the ritual, de lo habitual, the whole habit of making these over and over and over again. I forget, like, no, we're not doing that. All right, so we're gonna smash this down on the pad here. Create a flat back style pendant. So now it's all flat. Then we're going to draw on it, and I want the red to come through. So now this is the back. So I gotta envision what it's going to look like looking through this side here, through that front. Now I'm just pulling off the very bottom, the very end, so that way that heart trickles down, so you can see how it's all pulled down now. I'm going to melt that and flatten it so it kind of widens some. And then I'm going to draw the white right on top of there. And hopefully I can stay right, like on top and in the center of it. Alright, here we go. Can't mess this up. Oh, let me move this rig. I'm about to pop this off the table here. Oh, no. That line wasn't so smooth. Let me see if I can pull it and smooth it out. You gotta pull it down anyway, that's the very end, so. Okay, maybe that works. Yeah, so hopefully that's enough red in the front there, and then that white, which is glow, hopefully that's just gonna pop and glow so nice. Yeah, and then I think I see there's one part right there, I didn't line it up. So you're gonna see the glow like completely off on the bottom end there. It's not on top of the red. I saw that. I didn't go in on that same angle. And that's what happens, you know? So we'll just see what it looks like. I'm gonna melt it down. So now what I'm doing is the pattern is like this big, and the more I hold it into the flame, it's gonna slowly just like get smaller and smaller and smaller. And that way it's a little bit more condensed right into the center of it on the back side. And it'll look a lot more detailed. And through the front, it should be like just perfectly centered and lined up and then magnified. And we'll just flatten this up a little bit again. And just bring it back to flat back style, because by melting that, it got rounded. Bam. Just like that. Alright, and now I'm just going to keep it clear, but then it should have that red and that glow. I don't know how that bottom end of the heart's going to look, because that glow is not on point there. And then we'll make a loop on top that'll be a clear loop, being that the whole body is clear. There's no point putting a color loop on there. Although maybe a white loop might look really cool on it. I don't know about putting red. Red might throw off from the heart, but having something that's more complementary might be good. So now I'm flame cutting it off the rod here, and at the same time I'm pulling this to make a skinnier rod. This is going to actually be the loop. I'm going to use this to actually attach it here. You know what I might do? Actually, I won't make it skinny. I'm going to make a thick loop. I've got this new style of loops that I've been doing lately, so we'll do that. Yeah, I can see that white popping out just a little bit. If I'd not gotten that, oh my gosh, that looks so on point. All but that one little spot right on the bottom. You'll be able to see it here in a moment. Right now I'm rounding down the top, you know, it's like almost Hershey Kiss style. And I'm rounding it down to get it all nice and spherical on the top of it, and that way it's gonna magnify the heart. It's just gonna make it pop so nice. Okay, so we're almost there. So I'll round it. We'll make sure it's nice and flat on the bottom still. Just like that. Alright, and I'll be out in just a moment, Daniel. Alright, so now it's all rounded. You can see completely rounded on the front, and then the heart being in there, right there. And you can see all that white, but then that red, once it cools down, then that red's going to come back through. Alright, and then I'm going to attach this here right to the top. And this is my new style of making loops here. I'm just going to smash a big old piece of glass right there on the top. Some people will use a tungsten rod at this point, some glass artists, and then they'll just basically like put a hole right through it. But me personally, I've always hand pulled my loops, and I've come up with this way here where I mash them first and then pull them. Oh, Dave, what's up? There's hardly any room. Be careful. Be careful. This will fall. Don't lean on things.
Okay, I'm gonna lean on that.
I don't have much room for people to be in here right now.
Hello.
And I'm live.
My name is Daniel Al Sanchez III, everyone from Aku. What's up? Kawasi Halpa Hashimeku. You know I love you. Yeah, it's old. Spanish Yoda. Kicking it here in the 505, like for real with Dan Garduno. Remember in 2017 when we did the Buffalo tribute and he was the winner that made all the water drops for free? That's him right here, Dan Garduno, my best friend. Akuma and Hopi will represent him for the rest of our lives. And 2 days ago was his birthday and he wasn't feeling too good. So I came by to drop him off because I gave him a gift already, right? But he didn't know that's not the real gift. This one is right here.
Oh, what?
Serio.
Oh, taking me back to the days of Jamiroquai.
Bands, homie. Checkered style, old school, dog.
That's awesome. They're just taking me back to run. Hey, don't
You know
lean
what I
on that though. That's
I'm
not
trying. Dan's getting mad at me because this is his work. I'm in his office. Like I'm in his office. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to break nothing because this stuff is very
Don't lean on that.
But check this out. I want to say something.
Don't hijack my live, yo.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm gonna go get this. Bye.
Alright, well that's my brother Daniel, guys, from Acoma, Hopi land. So we're working on this this Valentine's piece right here. Okay. Just gotta make sure that that door closes because the cats will come in here and then they'll run on top of the torch and burn their little paws. You gotta jiggle it so it... Alright. I don't know if they're taking off or what. I'm gonna go check real quick because I just wanted to finish this, but he had to come in and gift me. But I can't wear this right now because it's way too hot. Alright. And I got sidetracked. I gotta grab this here before I lose it. Okay, so now what I do is I basically roll it on itself like that, as it's nice and wide. So you got a really wide bail here, or loop. And let's see, I need the reamer here. And now we're just going to go in and round it up on the sides here. I didn't get to grab it just right in that bottom there. Got distracted. All it takes is a second of losing the heat, losing the flame, you know. And I gotta now try to get it back to where it was and work it just right. This is hot. I can't believe this right now. That is hot. Whew. All right, so now I got this. I had to get the flame into the center there so I could really flatten it in there, because I couldn't grab it just right. It kind of flattened out, and now it's rounded. It's not the way I wanted it to be. I was trying to be vocal on there and let you know, Daniel, I would be out in a moment. Because now I got to redo this. It's going to take me longer to get out there. I lost my few seconds there on getting it right and getting it flat. Some people don't listen though, huh? He's my brother, that's why I can say that. It's like, dude, come on. Alright, I'm just going in and smashing it all over again because I lost the shaping that I wanted it to be. So now a 5 or 10 minute pen. Alright. Gonna bring it back now. I gotta melt down all those little dips now from the tooling. Alright, but you can see how wide it is on the top. It's a nice, really wide, prominent baling. Alright, well, sorry about that, guys. This would have been done a minute ago. But so that way, if we get any, at that 2-hour mark, 3-hour mark, I'd really like to see if a longer feed really does get more viewers, or if that was just because of what I was actually streaming last night. Okay, I think we're there now. Okay, cool. So there you go. You can see that bale, how nice and open it is. And then from the front right there. And then, let me make sure I got all the tooling. No, dang, there's still tooling marks on the inside. I'm going to make this a little bit tighter there. Trying to get that tooling marks that are on the inside there without closing up this hole too much. Well, I know I'm probably going to be the only one who's going to notice it. Unless another glass blower comes by. We're the only ones that can tell. I'm just going to leave it like that because I don't know if... I can't get the torch in there any better than that. I was so concerned about things just collapsing and falling. I have, geez, that would have been just horrible. I got stuff up here. If he would have just leaned a little bit more forward onto that whole wall, that whole thing would have fallen down onto this whole table. I don't think he realized. That's why I don't bring anyone in here. This isn't a place for anyone to just come in. I was just saying that. I thought I was being verbal enough. Alright, well, it is what it is, right? I just got to deal with it. We'll make it better next time. Alright, but like I said, you can see that white. See how that white is sticking out right on that bottom right there? Had I moved it just slightly, it would have been perfectly on the red, and then it would have worked out just beautiful. So it didn't even come out the way it should have anyways, so we're going to put a whole bunch of extra time on making sure that bell's 100%. We'll give it a 98%. that red should pop really, really nicely. And then we'll see. We'll see if that does glow. Give me a quick moment. I'm going to go and see what's going on. And maybe do a quick little smoke sesh. But yeah, give me a moment. I'm going to get some more water because I'm pretty much done. Alright, and Michael, I'll let Daniel know that you say hello. And maybe one day, when the time comes, we'll all get together here soon. I'm just gonna let this go. I'm gonna get my black light. Alright guys, I'm back. Alright, so my friend Daniel and his guests, they had to go, so that's why he came in. He wanted to just come say hi real quick, like. And so, blessings to him. I hope that he is very successful in his journey today and where he's headed. So I send him love and I send him blessings and prayers, because I know that the journey he has ahead of him is it's not an easy one. So blessings to you, brother. Even though he came in all crazy, still got to show him love, because he's my brother. Oh, I don't know if you guys even heard any of that. Didn't have the microphone on. Alright, so we're going to get started here again. I figure we'll go at least 2 hours today. You know, we've been on since noon. I wanted to see if we get a few more people watching here. So, so yeah, let's do this. Oh, I took my dabber out there. Alright, whatever. Maybe I'll roll one up. But then if I roll one, then I don't ever get any work done. I already know how that works. Alright, well I do like this new angle here with the camera, because now it can actually get me in the shot. It gets this, it gets that. It gets a couple things here. And it gets the table still. You can see me working and tooling and all this stuff. Dead center right there. I think I like that. That's good. Alright, I don't really know what else I want to make. I'm trying to think. You know, I can just continue working on the drop of water, just crank these out so we can make more. Oh, I forgot the glow in the dark. It won't glow for you guys anyways. Well, can I make it glow for myself? We would need a really bright light to really determine. I think that would glow though. Ah. Yeah, I don't see it glowing yet. We'll have to charge it up with that black light. But maybe what we'll do is we'll just continue working on some more drops to finish up the 37 here. There's glow in the dark mushy and the honey drop. Now the honey drop, that's a dark honey. I can also do a light amber honey. So I have different, you know, if you like dark honey, you might want that dark honey drop, or I could do a light honey drop. So, and the light honey drop is basically drawing this onto the color. Let's do that. Let me show you how I do that. Or not on the color, on the clear rod. So these are all nice and cool. So we'll use our Norwex OptiCloth here. Alright, so in order to do this, I'm simply just going to get this tip melted, heat it up a little bit. We're going to round this up. We're going to gather this rod here and get rid of this little pointy tip on the end here. So now we're at that point where it's nice and rounded. And now I'm going to keep it in the flame. And we're going to get our amber here. And I'm going to get this all nice and hot and molten here. And we're going to heat up a good portion of it. We get more heat on here. And then we're just going to draw on the outside. So I'll go one line down and go directly across from that one. And then I'm going to go in between these ones. So we're going to make 8 lines. So we got 3 right here. And what's cool about this is when I'm making these, this amber, like when I thin it out, it really looks like honey. And when it gets molten, like the way it moves, it's so slow like honey too. I love working with these ones here. These honey drops, they're really awesome. And now I'm just going to go around in between all 4 of those lines there. And this is a super light amber honey drop. But you know, everyone has their own preference. So some people like that super dark honey, and some people like that really rich, light, or not rich, but that really light amber honey. So it all depends on preference here at this point. And the only thing about this here is the way that they're drawn. You know, you might get a little bit of some kind of like lines from the air bubbles from the seams of them all being put together. But I do my best that when I draw them on, I keep them nice and molten. And that way it's all just amber right there. And hopefully not any air bubbles trapped under there and no lines, and this comes out nice and smooth. So now what I do is I just round it out. Of course, starting with the bottom, getting the end of the rod nice and round. And just allowing it to become a cylinder again. You know, when you're drawing those lines, you're creating these like divots all the way around it. So you got to really spend time on just melting it and rounding it. So I was really hoping we'd have a lot of viewers watching today. You know, with that viewers, we had 6,000 viewers in the live stream last night. I was really hoping that some of them would remember, or the new subscribers would get the notification that I'm live right now, and they'd be able to come and watch. But I also understand it's Monday. It's the middle of the workday. It may not be the best time for me to be going live, expecting a whole lot of viewers, and maybe what I should do is be doing this later on this evening as well. Maybe I'll go live again this evening if I can. We'll see. I got to go get my daughter from school today. We have her for the whole week, so we'll see. But yeah, that looks really good, and no lines in there. You can see how it's all covered on that bottom, and then that part right there is not melted in, but the whole rest of it, all this is all melted down nice and smooth, but right up here it's all jagged right there, right? And when you look at it down through the bottom, you can see how nice and round that is. But then if you look at that jagged part, you can see how it's all sticking up. So now we're going to just pull it right off, and we'll have a really light amber honey drop here. And this saves on so much of the amber, because then I can actually use less amber for making these, because the center is all clear glass. You know, so you're using just a thin layer of the amber on the outside, and watch, you'll see how much this one looks like honey, like even more so compared to the other one that I just made. But they're still really nice. And like I said, some people like that dark amber, and some people like that light amber. And another thing too is I could actually draw amber on top of the amber rod, and that might make it quicker to build it up some. But watch, you'll see what this looks like. Once I get done with this honey drop is it's gonna look so delicious. I kind of like, oh wow, I just came up with a whole new idea. I want to invert it and have it to where it looks like that honey is just dripping right on there like that. And then put the loop on the opposite side. I might do something completely different here. And then it's going to look like the honey is dripping over a water drop. Just for fun. Just for fun. I always have to make those one-off ones, you know, that I keep for myself. Alright, we got a little bit of honey still on there. A little amber. Alright, so now I'm just making this loop, thinning it out in the front, keeping it thick in the back also. And so sometimes these will come out a little bit, a drop of water, the original ones that are clear, because, you know, they have a little bit of extra glass made with them and things like that. But I do my best to keep them very similar in size. Alright, but look how delicious that looks. That's the honey drop, guys. And you know, right now it's glowing really, really. It looks darker than what it really is. I wish you could actually see. I mean, that's super dark. I can't really, maybe with the white background. There you go. That looks a lot lighter there, see? Super light. See that honey in there? Oh, look at the hearts for Valentine's. You got your Valentine's honey right there. That's cool. But yeah, the honey drops, I think these ones I can ask. I'm thinking 20 on them, but I don't know. Maybe we should just keep them all at about 10 to 12, 10 to 15. Keeping them affordable for everyone. I'm all about affordability. You know, I know people don't have a lot of money these days, and I've never been one to have a lot of money, which is probably because I don't ask for so much money for my glass. Isn't that funny? So there you go. There's a honey drop right there for you. And then here's the darker one right next to it. So you can see, you can definitely see the difference. And this one's a little bit smaller than this one, but they're both really nice. So yeah, the honey drops are really fun. This one's a lot bigger than the drop of water. You know, that honey drop probably about the same size as the drop of water. This one's a big one. All right, but I wanted to try that, what I was saying. I cover it on just the top half, and then keep that clear glass, and here, we're gonna leave this amber that's on here, and it's just gonna make it a little bit thicker on that top section too, because that'll be the loop, so that'll be good. Huh. Okay. So now I'm just going to heat up this amber rod here again. We're going to draw it on. I kept it a little thinner this time instead of rounding it all the way up. And I'm thinking maybe what will happen is it's just going to get super thick and I'll be able to just round it from that point. And I'm not going to mash these down. We're going to actually let these be like drips coming off. Alright, you see that? See how I'm leaving them like sticking up right there. This is going to be cool. Alright, so now we got all that on there in that way. So now the thing that's going to have to happen is this is going to have to be flipped, I think. Yeah, because I got to pull the loop at some point. I think this is going to look pretty cool. I went in there and I started pulling some of those a little bit more and a little bit more. Alright, so now the trick is we got to get it off the rod here. But we want to keep it to where it's like it's dripping and then have that water drop right down there. So we're just going to attach it to here. That way it's good and nice, strong. Like I don't want it too attached, but I want a good attachment there. And then I want to make sure that this water drop is just right underneath that. So I can't really pull too much of the honey now, or that amber. Ooh, these are going to be like my new $30 honey drops. These are going to be really cool. Man, I wish my brother would have given me a little bit of time so I could have at least visited with him before his journey here, but that's alright. He needed to get going and do that. So I'm glad he came in, even though it was almost destructive. I gotta make sure things are in balance here. I don't want anything to come crashing down on us. Alright, so now we got the water drop made and the honey just dripping right around it. Now I got to just form that top and make it look like, you know, that honey just dripped right over like all of everything. It's going to be interesting. I have to lose quite a bit. It's pretty much the loop would be right there if that's the water drop. Right on top of all that. Wow, so I'm going to have to lose quite a bit. I'm just going to make something else out of the remainder here. See, now I got a little amber drop right here. You can just turn it into a mini drop. Mini drop. So now I'm just going to make this honey drop here with the, I don't know, it looks alright. I'm like, it's cool. I don't know, it's different. Like, dude, did you get honey on your water drop? Yeah, my honey on my drop. I spilled honey on it. Alright, and then I just make a loop right on top. And I make it a little bit thicker to make it look like, yeah, there is honey dripping all over it from the top to the bottom. I don't know, what do you think? I spilled honey on my drop. I spilled honey on my water drop. I don't know. It'll get people's attention, like, what is that? What's going on there? Like, I spilled some honey on my water drop. It's just fun things that you could do in your glass blower. There's no reason to do this. It's almost like the glass acorns that I was working on. So we're working with the oxygen concentrator and propane. So we got propane and oxygen going here. This is my dew, the drop of water. I accidentally spilled honey all over my water drop. It's a little long. Well, compared to what a water drop is, if this is what the water drop is, then you see where the loop would be, it would be a lot lower. Huh. Well, I could make another one. But that's interesting. Honey on a drop. All right. Well, since we're working with all this like cool honey stuff, let me see. Do we got? We got a little tubing right here. Let's just play. Let's just have some fun. So I'm gonna make a honeycomb. Give me a moment. Sorry, I gotta keep blowing my nose over here. Honeydew drop, that's right. So this is the honey drop right here. And that one, yeah, it's just spilt honey. I'm not going to replicate those. We're not going to make a whole bunch of those or anything like that. Uh-oh. Did we max out the oxy? So I can't go any further. You may have to give it a break. I have to take a 5-minute break. Alright, well, let's see if we can utilize it at least as best as we can here. All right. So I blew a little bubble there. Gonna come in and get some silver. And we're gonna, well, actually, before we do all that, we are gonna take a quick break. I want to actually let this, the oxygen, just give it a little bit of a break for a moment. I'll show you what that heart looks like from earlier. Whoa, I almost put my hand right in that hot glass. You see that? Good thing I felt that heat. I almost burnt my wrist. But yeah, it looks nice. You can see that white on that one side right there a little bit much. Just a little much. I mean, who's gonna really know? They're not gonna know. Well, yeah, they'll know. Then you got the earth drop. So I'll be making a lot of these for Earth Day. These were created for Earth Day specifically. And during La Montanita Co-op many years ago, I started making a bunch of those and getting them out there. I think that was the year of 2017. I think it was when we first had the drop of water be made as well. Sorry about that. I'm using a Norwex body cloth for blowing my nose, which is, I highly recommend that. It really works very well for when you gotta like continuously blow your nose. You're like, man, you're having to do that over and over again. Sometimes your nose gets really raw and sore, and it's no fun. No fun at all. Alright, so we're going to take a quick little 5-minute break. We're going to let the oxygen generator just have a break, have a breather. So how you guys doing today? What's your guys' day looking like? It's Monday. Pretty soon here. In a little bit I got to go get my daughter from school. When I started this stream, the sky was clear blue with some little bit of fluffy clouds, and now it looks like we are completely overcast, which means that, like I was saying, those, the aerosols, it was breaking up all those little tiny fluffy clouds, and now it's turned all of whatever clouds that we're trying to roll through, it's turned it all into an overcast haze. And it's basically diminished any sort of cumulus clouds that were building up, and diminished them and flattened them out. So now it just looks like, that's interesting how we went from beautiful clear blue skies a moment ago, well, 2 hours, 3 hours ago. So I don't know if you guys heard about that, the warning I got. It was my very first YouTube warning because of the stream that I did last night. When we were watching it live, it jumped up to 668 viewers, and then I got this warning saying that I exceeded my viewership and I needed more subscribers to be able to have that many viewers on a live stream. And I was like, oh wow. And then I saw it drop from like 668 to 550 and then to 500. And it was weird because it was like a clean number, 550, then 500. And then it built up again. It built right back up to 600 something, and then dropped back down. And it kept doing that. I was like, boom, 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 boom. And so I didn't realize that, but in that time, there were new viewers coming in. So it looked like I had only 600 some viewers, but at the end of it, when the video was processing, then it showed that I had like 4,000 different viewers who had come in. I never exceeded more than 10 viewers. Like right now, we got 3 watching, and we got 1 individual commenting. So I appreciate you, Michael, for coming in and sharing a little bit here, commenting, keeping the stream going. The more that you comment, the more that people can actually find this. So, keep those comments rolling, and also make sure that you like, and when you hit the like button and you comment, then it helps with the algorithms, and it helps others to be able to find the stream. And I'm just learning about all these things with how the algorithms work, and right now I just got my very first warning. It says this is your first warning, and because of it, we're just going to give you a warning, and if you do it again, then you get a strike. And then I don't know what that strike means, and then I'm a bad boy. Then I'm a bad boy. So yeah, I got my first warning on YouTube because of that Super Bowl game. But yeah, it's, I know it's all copyright. I get it. I had Rihanna on the whole time for halftime show, but they removed the video. I was gonna keep it as just private, so I could just have it as my own personal private collection to show I had that many views. But when we started this stream, I got a warning or notice that said that the video that it's been removed, and I got that warning, and not a strike but a warning. So that's cool. No strikes yet, guys. No strikes yet. And I share a lot of crazy stuff on here, so I don't know if last night now that opened to me up to where they're going to start reviewing the content that I've been sharing and the words, keywords and phrases. You know, that like what I'm doing right here, I'm trying to keep it right behind the torch. So you can't really tell what's going on, right? You really can't tell what's going on, right? But you know, one of these days I'm gonna start making. I'm gonna make my crutches orange to where then when you roll them, then it looks like a perfect cigarette. You know, real nice. Because that's all this is, you know. This is just a cigarette that I'm smoking. I think it's okay to smoke a cigarette on YouTube, but I'm not 100%. I don't really know, and I don't want to start getting dinged now that I'm getting dinged last night. But we're about to get started here and do this more glass blowing demonstration just for a little bit longer. We've already done the 2 hour. Like I was hoping, I just wanted to see what the algorithm would do. If I actually did go live for 2 hours, would I have a lot of viewers come in? And also last night, I went live when? It was Sunday night, everyone's home, right? And being that everyone's home, they're wanting to watch the Super Bowl, and they might not have known how to watch it, and they saw, hey, someone's streaming it, you know, which is quite daring. So yeah, I did that for everyone to be able to watch it as I was trying to see if anything weird was happening, and I really wanted to just like capture those commercials and things like that, you know. How do those people get away with it where they're like showing old VCR tapes from the 80s and it's like all the old cartoons with all the commercials through it, right? You know, like people have those, right? And they have the old Super Bowl games and all this stuff that they rebroadcast. How do they do that legally? Or do they? Or is it just they haven't been dinged yet? So I don't know if this is going to be turned into an 18 and over video now because I'm smoking a rolling cigarette here. So yeah. But it sounds like the oxygen is doing all right. So let's get back to this honeycomb here. So we got this bubble here on the tube. So I'm actually going to be doing actual glass blowing. We're going to be blowing into the tube and shaping it and things, which pretty much that's all. You know, we've already done what we wanted to do there. I might blow it out just a little bit more to thin it out some. Alright. Hi, Boogie. I know, I'm on the TV in there.
Yeah, you were so cute.
I'm still on there.
Wait.
Yeah, and I'm right there too.
You was there? You went over there? That's Hi, Dad.
Hi, Boogie. Can you close the door? Okay, cool, thanks. He's on tripping. No, you're on the TV. Alright, so we're gonna do some fuming now. So fuming requires a little bit of metal, gold, silver, things like that. So I got a little bit of silver on the tip of this right here. see, right there? Yeah, I think it's right there. So I'm going to give it a nice heavy fuming. With the silver there. And by giving it a real heavy fuming, I'm hoping that it's going to have that like kind of grayish, white, silvery kind of look. And now, I'm going to add the amber. And we're going to try to do a true honeycomb pattern. And to do so, you know, it requires keeping the pattern pretty much the same size. So once we make that first little dot or pattern there, then we got to match it. So that's what we're matching right there. Now, a true hexagon is six-sided. We're going to do our best. To make this six-sided and all that same size there. So by adding dots onto a bubble like this, what I'm going to do is melt these solid bubbles into the tubing. They're going to sink in and they're going to create this really cool, from a dot pattern to a honeycomb pattern, where they're going to kind of stretch in between each other and want to almost touch each other, but then all that fuming in between is going to get trapped in between the color there. Alright, let's see if I can get two more in there just right. Okay, so now I'm just trying to match all the sizes of the dots here, so they can all be pretty good and equal. Now I'm just going to start sinking these in. And that should be a perfect honeycomb pattern. Or a hexagon pattern, you know? So now we added those dots on. And we try to keep them all that same size, so, you know, once they all come through. Now you can see the dot work there. So all that amber there should all start to sink into the this bubble. And all that silver should stay in between and create like a perfect border or a pattern. And what I'm thinking is I'm going to add some clear dots on the outside of this now. Oh, nice. These clear dots actually have a little bit of amber. I'm going to put them in between now. That way we can help the honeycomb pattern to continue on the outside of those darker dots. You got to have more dots in between to create like the hexagon shape. Sorry I went quiet on you. Trying to get this pattern to go in just right. Well, because the hexagon goes forever, you got to figure out then when do you want to stop this pattern. It'll just keep going on, but I think I pretty much got it all wrapped around now. Oh, there's a little spot right there. I can see it fit. Add a couple more dots right in here. So interesting how that works. It'll just keep going though. All right, so now that's going to really, really help with creating the whole entire honeycomb pattern there. And this is just going to be a little tiny pendant, but you can see how much time and effort and energy it takes to make this kind of a pendant here. All right, so now we're just going to sink it all in. All of that that silver should be in between all of the amber and all of the clear. Now the first lines of clear were actually amber on it, so we got a little bit of light amber. And then we're going to flip this whole thing. So this is actually the back side of it, and the front side of the pendant is going to become where the hollow air is in the tube. That's actually going to be the front of the pendant here. Very soon. All it takes is just heating it up, and then you get that honeycomb pattern by melting all these dots in together real nicely, right? Nicely connected together in a beautiful network of honeycombing. Yeah, I can see it's all working out right now. The honeycomb pattern, it's coming together real nice. Let me see if I can slow it down, and I'll have to let it cool down for a minute, because it'll be way too bright for you guys to see. But this will give you an idea of how those dots, they start to form the patterning in between one another. Once you start once you really start to let them sink in together, and you have that space in between, it creates a perfect honeycomb. So like I said, I gotta allow it to cool down for you to actually see. The camera, you know, it doesn't allow you to see because it's so bright. It's like looking at the sun. Even though it's not a ball of fire, it looks like it. Alright, there you go. So now you can see honeycomb pattern coming in, and on the sides of the wall right there. I don't know if you can really see that. Those dots are more hexagonal shaped. I guess that, I don't know, the lighting ain't so great. So now we're just going to sink this all in. And this pattern, like I said earlier with the heart, you know, we're letting it sink in. This is also going to sink in like that. And we're going to bring all of this clear glass. We're going to, as we're melting it down, you know, the tube is also going to constrict into itself. And it's just going to become a really solid piece of glass. You know, the wind is kicking in. We actually have a storm kicking in right now, guys. I just felt the breeze coming through the fan. I look up and the tree is blowing in the wind. We just went from a clear day to now I got to go pick up my daughter in looks like some really cold, brutal weather. I'll have to make sure to bring a jacket in case she didn't bring one to school with her today. Alright, so now the trick is trying to keep that amber direct center. And letting all that silver, oh man, I wish you guys could really see this pattern. It's just going to glow for you though. So right now, this whole tubing is just getting thicker and thicker in the front of the pattern here. And very soon, there's not really going to be any kind of air bubble where that pattern is. And And I don't want the oxygen too hot because I want to make sure I keep all of that fuming there. So I don't want to burn off any of that fuming. I really want to make sure to keep it there, especially where all that clear glass is. And we're going to start to center this with the honeycomb shape. We're just going to slowly convert this all from the side of the tube and just get this to wrap around. And just keep on melting it. We have to get a lot of this clear glass melted here in front of the design, the pattern work, and that way we can really mash this design down and have that clear glass to be able to force it to wrap around and become part of the bottom. So there's pattern work on the side of the tubing, and we're forcing it to get pushed down onto the bottom. And not trapping in any air at the same time. That's also the trick too. And keeping this pattern very centered, so then you have the honeycomb all working together in uniform. Yeah, that looks really cool. I don't know if you can see that yet. And when you can see it from the back, like that's going to look so beautiful. And I don't know, oh yeah, I do got white. I was just thinking I can put some white on the background, and then this is really going to pop out so much. We really got to work this clear glass here now. Really force it. And I'm trying not to bring up the heat too much because I don't want to lose any of that fuming. If I bring up that oxygen too much, you know, then we'll lose it. Might go up a little bit. There you go. So you can see how tedious glass blowing is and how much work it is to really just sit here and be patient, allowing the torch to do all your work for you and really letting that flame and the glass just melt on its own, especially when you're doing things like constriction work like this and really trying to get that pattern to just perfectly align dead center in the back and getting it all to flip from the side of the tube all the way to the back of it. You know, it takes a lot of time, energy, and effort to really make this sort of work happen here. Compression beads, constriction, implosion. There's lots of different names or terms for it. I don't know if there is a true technical difference between any of those three terms that I just said. I think it's all the same. Alright, so we got most of that pattern on the side. It's really nice. We're just going to force it all the way over. I don't want to go too high. I got to make sure I don't lose any of that silver fuming there. But I want to make sure I get hot enough so where I can get this at a good molten state and really force that clear glass over now. And then once I get the pattern all flipped over, I'll probably encase it with some white. I'm thinking about it. We might have to see how it looks on its own. It might be perfect all by itself. But I know adding white onto the back of that amber will really make that amber pop too. Especially with the clear glass that had a little bit of amber in it. Alright, so now I'm just taking the paddle and just mashing it. See, I'm just keeping it flat. And I'm mashing it down, but as that's happening, the clear glass, like it's kind of like doing this. The bottom is folding in this way as that clear glass is in the tube. It's like opening up more into the front. So then you got more clear glass now on the front there. Most of the pattern has now been flipped over. You can see all that. The honeycomb, there's still a little bit on the edge there. So we'll keep it going. And every time that I take it out of the flame like that and I show you guys, I lose all the heat and everything. So it takes me longer when I do demonstrations like this. But I appreciate y'all for watching. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe if you like watching glass blowing. If you want to learn about glass blowing, I'm all about sharing the knowledge and just, being open and honest about what I'm doing, how to make it a little bit easier for you. Making sure you don't take it out of the flame so you don't lose that heat or anything like that. Alright, looks like we're at the 3 hour mark here. And we haven't really gotten many more viewers to come in like I was hoping. So like I said, maybe we'll do another stream tonight and just see. But I think last night was just one of those flukes where just because I had, I had a worldwide event happening and being broadcast, the Super Bowl. Of course, I had thousands of viewers. I figured maybe I'd get 20 to come in today. At least we got 5 likes though, and that's really awesome. Like I said, usually when I go live, I only have 8 ever really watching. So having 5 likes on here, that's awesome. Because that probably means that a lot of people came through and didn't hit that like button. Oh yeah, we're getting close. We're getting real close, guys, to flipping this completely over. And now we removed all of the unwanted fuming on that clear glass that's up in the front. Pretty much. I mean, there's one little speckle there. If I can work that, might have to wipe it off clean. But yeah, this is looking good, guys. It's almost got the shape of a drum, like a djembe. It'd be cool if I just turned this into a drum. That's looking good. Okay, then I'm going to go on the edge of these dots and really burn out the main fume line. So then you really just see how they kind of just, all it is the dots. So I'm going to do that on purpose. Just using the torch to get rid of just making that oxygen real intense on the edge there. That looks cool. I don't think I'd want to do that to all of it. Well, maybe. That looks really awesome though, like that. We're going to back off on that oxygen some so we can hit that bottom and really get that nice and molten. And you can see the pattern now. I started with those super big dots, and now that honeycomb in the center all on its own, which almost looks like a star pattern. It's you know, that dot's almost as small as the first dot that we started with. The whole entire pattern is almost that same size. We're right on that edge. We're so close to having the whole thing flipped over. I think I'm going to just keep this one clear without adding that white. I really want to see what it looks like with such an intense silver fuming in there. Alright, I think we're pretty much done with flipping this whole thing. It's all in there nice and centered. So it's so amazing how we had that long tube, right? It's probably about that long from the beginning, and now we solidified that whole front half, put this pattern on it, which is so bright right now you can't even see it. You got that honeycomb pattern, and then that should come right through the front there. Alright, so now we got to get it off the tube here. And the trick to doing this, there's a couple tricks. You can either heat it up all the way on the top here and kind of suck that air bubble out. You can pull it and then pull away the air bubble, which usually you got to do that anyways. We can just keep on getting it molten until it gets completely solidified, the whole entire tube. And then you just pull it, you know, like if it was a solid rod. You just pull it from itself. might smash it down a little bit more still. Make it a little bit wider. Oh yeah, that really moved it over there. And that tube is getting more solid there and on the tip. I'm just debating, like, should I add that white? I don't know. Something's telling me to add it. And then the other thing too is I don't even have my kiln on. I shut it off earlier because I was like, oh, I'm almost done. So I need to turn my kiln on. So yeah, let's add some white. That'll add time to the production work. Okay. So I guess we're gonna just try to cover this whole thing. I'm gonna try to melt it down some to just bring down the circumference a little bit, because we can always flatten it again later to widen it. But if it's a little bit smaller in circumference, it'll be a little easier to add that white. You're just gonna melt it down some. I'm just going around the outer edge and into the center and just try to compact it back down a little bit. So just kind of shrinking it down just from a bigger disc to it's just slowly coming in like that, just little bit at a time, little at a time. Also helping to bring that pattern work in a little bit more tighter in the center. And then that way when I cover it with that white, then it's really going to be, there won't be any pattern work sticking out the side or anything like that. Try not to flatten it too much, because then that just widens it. But I'm trying to get that pattern perfectly in the center there, so when I cover it, none of it's sticking out on the edge. So you can see how much time and energy and effort it takes to just really tighten in like a pattern like this. And this is a very simple honeycomb pattern, you know, compared to writing letters, words, designs, you know. I've been able to replicate signatures in glass, which is kind of really hard to do. You have to actually write backwards in order for you to read it forward from the back through the front. And that's a really hard thing to do. So you got to learn how to write your alphabets all completely backwards or in mirror, which is pretty interesting to do. All right, that pattern looks awesome, guys. Oh my gosh. Now I'm like, do I want to close that up? Well, we gotta have that time for the kiln, so yeah, guess we're gonna. All right, here we go. I'm gonna get this white now. Turn down the oxygen a little so we don't boil it. And we're gonna get this little rod right here to become wide enough to cover up that whole pattern on the bottom. We're just gonna like mash it down, mash it on, and it's gonna be, it's just gonna like flatten and open up and widen and become like a disc as we put it on here. So I just gotta round it, gather it, turn it into a ball. You can see how it's getting bigger and bigger. All right, then we're just gonna mash it on here in just a moment. Make sure that both pieces of glass are molten, so when it attaches it just becomes one. No air bubbles. One nice fluid motion. All right, here we go. So now I'm just going in and helping to widen that disc. Get that white to just come in a little bit more, a little bit more. Try not to spin the pattern underneath too, though. We'll get that all molten. And then we're just going to mash it down and flatten it. So now we're just going to focus on getting the white color glass all molten hot, so that way we can mash it down. And it's just, as you pancake it, it's just going to get wider and wider. As it gets flatter, it spreads out. So we gotta be careful not to boil the white glass. So you don't want to have too high of an oxygenation or oxy flame, a high oxygenating flame compared to more propane or more fuel or a reduction flame. Right, so I'm just looking to see where the pattern is compared to the white. I can see we almost got majority of it all mashed in there. There's a couple spots that's got to be a little bit more wider. So I'm going to just kind of force it over to those waves there. It's been a while since I've done like a 3-hour glass blowing session. So hopefully I can make all these and get them out, and then I can sell them and get some more glass going, and we can actually make the earth drops very soon and a few other things. And I'll continue working on the drop of water, so we can reach 100 very soon. I figure making 9 of them was probably long enough. You know, most people get bored watching the same thing over and over again. But when you watch someone blowing glass, it almost is like the same thing. You're just watching them spin glass in the flame, and you don't really know what they're doing. Like, you know, every few steps, it's like, okay, now he's got his hat on, he's smashing it. He's like, I don't know what that's doing, but it's doing something. You know, until the actual finished product is done, you really don't know, like, what, you know, going from a piece of clear glass to like, wow, how'd you do that? Like, you were right there watching, right? But yeah, making glass and doing glass demonstrations, it's always been a lot of fun. I've always enjoyed doing it. You know, it's really awesome to be able to share my work, my God-given talent here to the rest of the world. You know, especially the children. You know, children, when they watch a glass blower, they are so mesmerized. Like, I don't know how many times, like, the kids are just like they can't even, they're just like, wow. And then the parents are all tugging on them, like, come on, let's go, let's go. The parents don't even have the patience to be able to watch something created for a minute. Because most of the parents are like, you know, they're watching TikTok. They want something quick and fast. So, you know, I really do love doing the demos for the children and being able to show them, like, how I can just, you know, I just start playing around. Like, let me show you how I stretch glass. You know, I'm wasting glass, well, I guess not wasting time, because it's all for, you know, for them. And it's like fun, you know, being this like science guy, like, watch me make this glass molten so I can stretch it out like a thin piece of hair. You know, it's like, I'm not going to do anything with it, it's just fun to be able to do. One of the coolest things that I've ever done was when I was up in Tacoma, Washington at the Glass Museum there. I got to see a lot of work, and they did this event or a show where it was called Kids in Glass, or Kids in Glass, or something like that. And basically what it is you go to the Tacoma Museum of Glass there, right? And you can walk through their gallery to see a bunch of glass pieces done. But they have a live working studio that you can walk in and actually watch them blowing glass and see them making these pieces. And, you know, the parents, you know, they'll sit there for hours watching it, because sometimes they'll take an hour or two for the pieces to get made, right? And sometimes the kids get bored with it and they want to do something else. So they have this place, a crafting center, where you can send your kids in, right? And they got like paper and markers, crayons, like all the whatever that you want, so you can just keep yourself busy. But they encourage the kids, like, all right, well, think of something that you would like to see made out of glass, you know. and then they draw some picture, right? And they take their 2D drawings, the children's 2D drawings, and they convert them into these really cool 3D pieces of glass. Which in soft glass, you know, they got the furnaces and the glory holes. It's a complete different medium than what I work here. This is borosilicate glass, which takes a lot more heat for it to melt. But it doesn't stay molten like the soft glass does. Soft glass stays like taffy and like running honey, like, you know, liquefied for a while. Compared to this borosilicate glass, which this is the most heat-tempered glass there is on the planet, I guess, the most heat-tempered glass. So you temper it to a point to where it becomes very strong. And, you know, borosilicate glass, you know, this is the kind of glass that you would use for, you know, for the chemistry glass or lab glass, you know, the glass that, for cookware, you know, people have Pyrex and they use cookware all the time, and they don't realize that all that is just borosilicate glass, because it can withstand heats going from colds to hots and colds to hot, and it doesn't get that thermo shock that some other glass might get. So there's a huge difference in glass and knowing that and things like that. So, you know, it's like the difference in acrylic painting versus oil painting. So it's really cool to see them making these 2D dimensional drawings from a child's perspective into these beautiful 3D pieces of glass artwork that's just phenomenal. And I was so blown away when I saw that I was like, you know what, I want to do that. And so I actually took some kids' drawings and converted them into miniature pendants. And so I've done that before and done this thing called Kids in Glass. And there might even be like something on Facebook or YouTube or somewhere. Maybe there's a hashtag with Kids in Glass. And there probably is a, you know, a photo of the glass that I made and things like that. But also the Museum of Glass in Tacoma, Washington, of course, you'd probably find their glass as well. All right, so we are almost done melting down this white to the bottom here, to the back. And something tells me now to outline it with that amber. It's so interesting. I'm like, okay, I will do that. We're still just shaping it too. Yeah, so now you'll be able to see that pattern come through, and that white will make it pop out quite a bit. Do I keep it like that, or do I add that? Something's saying add amber on the outside of it. So that looks really cool like that. But then I'm like, okay, something's telling me to do this. I don't have much amber left. Maybe because I need more time for the kiln. That could be why. Alright, well, I guess there's not really any true top or bottom to this. Usually I try to find the top where the pendant's going to go. Okay. That's on there. I can't remove it now. Now I'm just trying to make this, the line work straight. We're just sliding over the amber a little bit. Cool. I think that's pretty good and nice and straight there. So you see when they do the soft glass, you know, they have the those metal pipes that they're spinning, right? But we just have the glass, you know, it's just a glass tubing holding all that. And it's all the same, you know, they put it in the glory hole. We basically just put it in the direct flame. You know, if they did this with this torch, they would be melting or burning their glass, because their glass could not withstand the heat from this torch here. This is a pre-mixed torch, not a surface mixed torch. You can only work soft glass in a surface mixed torch. So you need a more softer flame if you do soft glass, which my torch on the bottom, this one here, that one actually is a surface mixed torch, but it's just such a bigger flame. Alright, so now I'm just melting down this amber border here, or this little accent here on the edge, this edging. And I'm also trying to bring it in to where I'm making sure that it touches that white on the back, so there's no spacing in between. I really want to make sure that it all sticks together real nice here. So who's here? Who's watching? I see we got a couple people watching here. And where are you watching from? I'm streaming live from Albuquerque, New Mexico, USA. I'm Dan the Glass Man. This is the Glass Man's World. Welcome. So you can see how it's got that line work on there. I got to really melt that all in now. Get it all back to one piece once again. And we'll see. Was that necessary? Should I have done that? Should I have left it without? Should I have just left it clear and not added any of the background? Should I have turned on my kiln a long time ago so I could have been done with this and gone and had some lunch? Stay tuned on the next episode of The Glass Man. Will he eat lunch or won't he? Will he, won't he? Will he, won't he? Maybe you will decide. Will he fast for 3 days? For 30 days? Just kidding. I don't want to be fasting for 30 days right now. Alright, so now we're just going to get back to shaping it, rounding it, flattening it. We'll take it off this rod or tube finally, and we will put the loop on top and call it a day. And then I'll let y'all go. So probably in the next 20 minutes we're going to be finishing this here. So just giving you guys a heads up, a little warning. We'll be done here in 20 minutes. Let's see how good I am with that. 252 right now on my clock. So that would be 312, right? Which would be perfect timing for me to then get up, get me some lunch, and then go on my way to get my daughter. That'll be just perfect, just right. You can't be here after 3:20. I gotta get going. So we're going to make this happen. 20 minutes, guys. Alright, I'm going to bring up this oxygen some. We're going to really sink this in now. Now that the color's all sunk in, still don't want to boil that white too much, but we definitely want to seal in this amber to that white and get this bottom nice and flat. We really want to make this all one piece, all fused, and then I can work on this front here. Getting close. Well, it looks like the trees have kind of calmed down. It's not as windy as it was. That's good to know and to see. I'm gonna be getting out there soon, and our vehicles broke down, so I've been actually having to catch the bus to go get my daughter from school. So yeah, so I got to make sure to get on the bus here soon. That's why I can't be late. All right, we're already 3 minutes in now. We got 17 minutes to go. I got to finish this. All right, hopefully this oxygen also lasts and doesn't start to beep on us here soon, because I'm really cranking it right now. All right, where are we at? 57, okay. So we're 5 minutes in. We got 15 minutes to go, guys. Or that's my guess. I said it would probably be done in about 20 minutes. So I'm now trying to just get it done in 20 minutes. We started at 2:52. Now 2:57 on my clock here. Okay, 3 o'clock. It's almost been 10 minutes. We only got a few more minutes to go. We got like, what, 12 minutes? 11 minutes. Alright, let's see if I can finish this up. Adding that amber on the outside really made it real wonky, so I had to like round it out some, so you can see it's kind of like a little bit like this wonky is what I call it. Alright, so now let's get this off. I'm going to use the white for a punchy. Since we have a white sensor here, I don't want to ruin that. Alright, we really got to bring this down now. Get a tight flame so we can take this off, get that air bubble out from the front, and we'll finally be able to see what the pattern looks like. This will be the reveal right here. So we take this off, and then we got a little air bubble. So you see all that tubing, we use all that tube for a solid piece of work here. And what a piece of work you are. Alright, so now we're just going to heat up this whole front here and just round it down. And there's a big old air bubble here, so there's a couple things we can do. We can either pop it and then let that dimple go away. We can try to pull it off and pull a little bit of glass a little bit at a time. I think what I might do is just come in with a piece of glass and just try to pop it real quick. We're just going to get a piece of glass, and as it's molten, we're just going to go in there and just try to force it to open up. There, just like that. So then it opens. I don't know if you can see that. So pop the hole open on the front. There you go. And now we got to just melt all of that. And so now the inside of the tube has been exposed, and if there was any kind of dust, dirt, or debris, it'll show up and appear here. And so we'll probably clean up the front a little bit just to get rid of any sort of like right now I can see there's a lot of dust that was inside the tubing, so we will be removing a lot of that, so we don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. We want a nice clean glass here in the front. We just pull a little bit at a time. Alright, so now all that schmeckle, basically all the stuff I didn't want on there, we removed it. We're going to round it all up now. We're going to find our amber here. We're going to also take a little bit of a quick smoke break. going to round this down so we can actually see the front of the pattern finally, guys. So this will be the reveal right here. And then I will add the amber for the loop on top. It is 3:05, so we got 7 minutes to finish this up. I'm not doing a reveal till the end. That way we don't lose time here. So this is easily a $40, if not more, pendant. Easily. Woo! This might become a $100 to $200 pendant here. Wow. That came out beautiful. You're not going to be able to see it for a minute. That's what I'm saying. Okay. I got 4 minutes. That's not going to happen to finish this in 20. So we'll give it 25. I don't think I can get this done in the next 3 to 4 minutes. We still got to clean up the back, but we'll see. You know, if I have no distractions right now, I might be able to just flatten this real quick like and make it happen. Alright, so now if you were watching earlier, you'll be able to see what I mean by how I can just flatten it and then just make this happen pretty good. It shouldn't take that however long it took earlier. But sometimes that happens, you know, life is life. Oops. Use the heat of the glass. You see that? Sometimes that works out cool like that. Alright. I like that. We're just going to strengthen it a little bit more, make sure it's adhered properly. That way this thing should never, well, I can't say never, it's glass. But that should be a nice, strong, solid connection right there. Alright, you guys, there's the reveal. That is beautiful. We're going to have to make more of these for sure. Alright, so I'm going to get this in the kiln and we are done for the day, guys. Just got to pop it off real quick like. So it's going to take a moment. That white kind of broke off a little bit more than it needed to. Big old chunk got taken out. So we just have to melt that down some for a minute. We'll just be patient with it. Don't want to boil it up. Interesting. It's like it went all the way through to where the color is. Did that really happen? Alright, well I just had to fill in the little divot. I figured it might as well. It's going to take a while to try to melt that. I might as well just fill it in. Because it looked like it actually, it broke off all the way to the color, but it didn't take any of the color. It's interesting. So I must have adhered it a little bit too good there, and then, you know, melting it down when I was, or it got melted down when I was heating up the bale or the loop up top here. Alright, well this is one of the longest live streams I'm done, 4 hours ago. I'm going to let y'all go. We started this at 11 a.m. It's already 3. I got to go get my daughter. I got to have some lunch before I go. But you guys, thank you guys so much for tuning in and watching. Be sure to hit that like button. And make sure you subscribe. Thought I had 5 likes, now I got 4. Someone took their likes back. They're like, no, I don't like this no more. It's too long. Alright, well, much love and blessings, guys. I appreciate you guys watching. This is a really, really nice amber honey drop, honey comb. Let's see if maybe it'll glow from the back. And then I'm going to add my signature on the back here. There we go, big drop, 2 little drops. I'll just melt that down nice and flat and smooth. There, and there's my mark right on there. Bam, alright. So there you guys go. What's the honeycomb? Is it too bright? Still too hot? Sometimes I gotta pull it away and then there it goes. Alright, well, I'm gonna drop this in the kiln so we don't lose it. And then I'm going to let y'all go, you guys. Remember, water is life. Every drop counts. You guys have a beautiful day. Love and blessings. And we'll see you soon. I'm going to get this in the kiln real quick. All right. Cool. We'll see you guys. Have a beautiful day.